So, good morning. Good morning, Yatin. You were the first one, quite immediately. And then, good morning, Keith. So, I would say let's immediately jump into some warm-up. Not too much time anymore. Hey, Nailu. Hello, Stephanie. Nighttime? No. It's 8:30 in the morning. It's normal morning time, no? Good weather in Germany today? Yes. Hey, there was... Or Yup, sorry. Flow, good morning. Yeah, today is the first day that is sunny and warmer again. Like 13 degrees is gonna be the peak today. Truly, hello. So, definitely gonna be doing one break at around lunchtime to go for a run. And then perhaps actually do a second stream today in the afternoon. Because SOFs yesterday were crazy in the afternoon. Guten Morgen, Reika. 7:32 here, so you are... From the... Wait, the UK is before, I think. Right? UK should have 7:30 right now. If I'm not mistaken. Already at work. Aye. Well, perfect timing then for me to go start streaming when you can watch at work. .32 a.m. in the USA. 1:32 a.m. Always full international viewership here. And a lot of you guys never seem to go to sleep at a reasonable time as well. I wish it would be hot though. But everything above 10 degrees is acceptable, I would say. But yeah, I wish it, like, everything above 20 for me is really the perfect weather for running. But yeah, it's gonna be like a few days of good warm weather again, and then I think it's gonna cool down. Hab Urlaub, kann ich endlich mal schauen. Sehr cool. Dann hoffe ich, dass ich nicht Urlaubspläne störe oder so mit meinen Streams. Go live at the perfect time for you, 5:30? Yeah, 5:30 sounds like prime time for you, yes. Good morning, Andre. How do you personally learn new tracks? I simply go out, drive. First of all, look for my braking points. And that's basically the most important thing, like really just look for my braking points and set myself some points where I can always brake at the exact same time, so I have some consistency. And once you have this kind of consistency, you can then go into more like detailed work of how fast can you go into a corner and where exactly do you want to set your apex and stuff. That's how I approach it, and then it's just doing laps and getting more comfortable, getting faster throughout the corners, and just finding the inputs that are needed. Yo, Ryan. How are you? No, pickup does not want to jump anymore. Well, it still jumps, of course. That's how the car is. That's the characteristic of the car anyways. But it's not as bad anymore where it does multiple jumps afterwards. True, Imola, we should be able to see quite the difference in the bouncing. But also this Saturday already at the Nordschleife, I think there should be quite a difference in how the car behaves. I love you dude too, don't worry, Ryan. I still have coaching available. Just shoot me a message or basically fill out the form that I have on my Discord, and then we will find a fitting time on either Thursday or Friday. Good morning, JKR. When I try braking like that, I just missed the corner. And you're still not braking exactly like I do. I surprisingly get faster during races in the heat of battle without even knowing. Yeah, it's because that's when you're like fully locked in, and that's usually when you, yeah, just more concentrated, and then can drive better like that. But yeah, again, like for Imola next week, oh, it's gonna be quite boring, I believe, again. Because everyone will just do Sebring 12 hours and like doing the Sebring GT3 races. So right in the beginning of our season for Porsche Cup, we will have a quite boring week next week, I believe. So again, a week I don't really exactly know what to do. Maybe just farm some iRating as best as I can. Really? Lasse's not doing GT3 or what? Because I thought everyone is just gonna be on GT3 again. Final corner, my braking point are the 2 cones on the left side. He isn't doing Sebring. Oh, okay. Then I guess we could perhaps have some good Imola races. I like that. Ooh, for IRL driving. That sounds interesting. I hope that goes well for you there, the meeting. Christ, thank you so much for the sub. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. And my alerts seem to work again. And good morning, Chris, as well. iRating ranges do I coach? Every range. From 1 iRating to... yeah. 10,000 I rating. What average race pace on Sebring? It really depends on the weather. The weather is like hugely different all the time, so can't really give you an average. Would you coach a controller driver? I mean, that's tough. Let me think about that. Because like all my coaching is obviously about inputs and getting like how to improve that, because I can basically tell you what to do. But since you're on controller, I can not tell you like how to get there, really. But possibly, yeah. I mean, in the end, it's still you still have to do the same inputs, and also lines and stuff. So perhaps just don't know like how easy or hard it is for you to implement those things then. But in the end, it should be the same thing. Like in the end, you as a controller driver, in the end, to be fast, you have to do exactly the same inputs as like steering wheel drivers, you know, or with pedals and stuff. So definitely, I can also do that. TC should just always be on 1 for this car. You don't need more TC since it has out of grip anyways. And ABS is about how much rotation do you want into the corners. Like the lower you go with the ABS, the more rotation you will get into the corner, but the harder it can also be controlling that rotation. Can you coach GT3 as well? No, in the last weeks and months I've always declined GT3 coaching, unfortunately, since I just don't drive these cars on iRacing. And I do not want to coach something that is that I just don't know all the details of myself. Otherwise I would just be coaching wrong things, and yeah. For that money that you take or give me, you could go to someone who actually drives GT3s a lot and knows like the details about those cars, and then would be more worth your money. Porsche Esport, I guess Porsche Esports Cup NA, right? But that's probably at a time that I'm sleeping, I would guess. Would you recommend for GT3 coaching? Yuri is very good coach. Like, he knows exactly how to talk about certain topics, and like he has a very good way and a very efficient way of telling you what to do, what to change, and how to change it. Then Noah Eder is also a good coach in my opinion. Jamie Fluke can articulate himself very well and teach you good stuff. And yeah, I don't really know too many other people who do coaching really. Do you play chess? I used to play chess during like COVID times, like everyone started. I love you, man. Wish you have a good race. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Love you too. Got your money on Parker White. Well, I don't even know who's driving there, but yeah, we can definitely check it out tomorrow morning on stream. Maybe we can watch a few bits, like go on the live stream and stuff, and really see what's going on there. Can't wait until iRacing solves the tire temperature sensitivity issue. Yeah, with the Porsche Cup, I mean, it's already good. But for other cars, for sure. Lots of lobbyists today, yeah. I'm surprised, yeah. Is Faria a good coach? Not sure, I don't know. Never spoken to him, so I don't know how, you know. But he's a very good driver, he knows what to do. And if he does coaching more often anyways, then I mean, he knows how to do it. Other Dutch coaching guys? Yeah, Yuri. Yuri is Dutch. And one of the best drivers as well. Hey, Green Sire. Wheelbase, I have VRS. Oh, okay, then Faria is a good coach, yeah. How am I liking Sebring? I actually like it a lot. Also never been like too big of a fan of Sebring. But yeah, it's usually the more I drive tracks, the more I actually tend to like them. Faria's Brazilian favela millionaire already. Finally I'll be able to challenge you. Are you in the grid? Do you have the same name as in Twitch? Am I blind? Ah, no, you mean with your equipment. The Magic Evo Pro, yeah, that's I think that's pretty good. That's a pretty good equipment. So, let's set it on pole. Hey, Holmes. Sebring is so much different at LMU? Do you think so? I think it's quite the same, actually. I mean, in the end, both are laser scans. FOV 221. No, wait, 121, not 2. 200 would be a lot, yeah. I mean, with tire warming, I'm just not sure. Like, I'm still not sure. Like, sometimes I don't warm up at all, time is alright, sometimes I warm up, time is alright, sometimes I warm up, time is not alright, you know, it's just random to me if I hit a good lap or not. And the tire warming is just, I don't know, Just for the fields. Like, yeah, now it has to be good. Hey, horses and Porsches. Going great, how about you? No, Porsche Cup is not as bouncy anymore. They fixed it. I don't think ABS widget does anything. Because then you will look at it and then you see it activate and then you're gonna be like, I don't want it to activate, but you actually want it to activate. But then you never know like how much you want to go into the ABS, so much rather go by maximum peak pressure and how fast you go into the brake. Like you should basically only look at the brake trace and not about how much the ABS activates or not. I think it's a bad way to learn ABS activation. But there was a tire update. Like in the patch notes there was a tire update, like a global tire update I believe. That just changed the behavior of the car overall slightly. And it also kind of fixed the bouncing. Exactly, that one, and I feel like that for sure changed how the car feels, and also goes over bumps. So it's not only over curves, but I feel like it's also just over bumps, because the inside in the last corner here on Sebring was undrivable before, and now the car is just completely fine. Moin, Yuri. Yeah, hopefully less than yesterday. If you had an active pedal with ABS effect, would you use it? No. I would use the active pedal, yes, in order to, as Halsoy said, it's very nice to, like, this. The adjustability is great. Like, you can adjust your pedal exactly to how you want it. But then I would much rather set a vibration not for the ABS, but for like maximum peak pressure. So for the Porsche Cup, for example, the maximum you really want to brake in a very hard braking zone is at around 70%. So I would set myself a little bit of a vibration at around 70%. So that way I know, okay, this is like the peak braking, and I'm not allowed to go any further than that. And usually when people go by ABS, then they're like, okay, everyone always says to not use the ABS too much. So what most people end up doing is staying completely out of the ABS. But that's also not beneficial. Like, there's a way, of course, of using too much ABS, but it's also slow to not use any ABS at all. So those haptic feedbacks of ABS in the pedal oftentimes make it a lot worse for people, because then they try to stay completely under the limit of the ABS, which is definitely not fast. I'm gonna try one click less wing. Certain points of the corner when you definitely don't want to be in the ABS at all. Usually faster corners, like where you just have a quick braking zone, just a short braking zone. But it really depends. It's hard to say. Yeah, I just took 2 days off now because it was 2 days of shit weather here. And today, sun is out, temperature is high, so I'm gonna be doing a run today again and these next days. Well, it was a quick green. Wow, Marco is an insane start. He always has insane starts. Big wreck behind. Of course, Strava is one of my most used apps in the day, I think. Always checking, always giving kudos. Yeah, F4 is also a pretty fun car for sure. You know the co-founder of Strava. Phew. That's a flex. Tell him to give me a free subscription, or maybe he wants to sponsor me. And then we can add a sim racing workout to Strava. Oh my god. I already have the correct livery for it. The orange is already on my car for a Strava logo. Sounds good. So you're gonna be my sponsorship manager from now on. If you can acquire Strava for me, you're the GOAT. If I get a Strava subscription for lifetime, I'm gonna be putting the logo on my car. You need to start using it. Like, when you're not running, when you're running and you're not putting it on Strava, were you even running? Oppa. Nah, Strava's for any kind of sports. Basically every sports. Like also all of the racing drivers, they also always put their stints on Strava. There's just missing like a dedicated motorsports workout thing. But yeah, you can use it for skiing, you can use it for running, for biking, for walking, for swimming, literally everything. Also Michi Hoya, for example, he puts his sim racing activities on there as well. But I also use Apple Watch. Like I have my Apple Watch here, I use it for recording, I use it for everything. And then I just upload my Apple workout to Strava. Garmin or Apple? Apple. Easy. Like, if I just had to pick something for like just the sport part, I would take Garmin because it just is a bit easier to access everything. But I just like Apple Watch because I have an iPhone anyways, then the display is good and stuff. So like just for everyday use, and then also my fitness activities that I have, it's just Apple Watch is so much more intuitive, so much better to use. But yeah. Apple brainwashed. Nah. Like I did a 5-hour run on the weekend and I lost, I don't know, 40%. Which obviously, yeah, Garmin is in that sense, it's a lot better, of course, because you have to only charge it like, what, every week, every 2 weeks? And that's obviously fucking annoying with the Apple Watches that you have to basically charge it every single day if you don't have the Ultra. But still, like, the benefits you have of it with the display and everything, I just like it a lot more. And I mean, at night, like what am I gonna do at nights anyways? Like, if it's just lying there without charging, or if I put it on for a charge, what does it matter? So it's not like I have any downsides of it having to charge every night. Or if you're like a lazy person, then you only have to charge the Apple Watch every 2 days. Because it does need a whole lot of battery if you do not work out. Yeah, I sometimes also wear it for sleep. But only for like a few days, and then it's just... I don't know, I feel like it's a bit uncomfortable to have a watch on my wrist while sleeping. Just feels freeing to take it off at the end of a day. .3k I rating after 53 sports car races, good progress. Sounds good, yeah, sounds reasonable. I do not keep out of ABS, I'm in the ABS. Don't you worry about that, I'm definitely breaking into the ABS. Like even if Marco was planning on letting me go, it's impossible with the draft. Like he could actively be trying to let me run away. It's just not possible because on the straight he just yeah, closes the gap again. Hey Lou. Hello, slow in, fast out. I don't know, I know that most of you guys do second gear, but I don't know, I just feel like first gear is a bit more consistent. It's not necessarily faster on exit, like if you get second gear right, it's faster. But like Lasse, for example, yesterday had so many mistakes in the hairpin with the second gear always. That first gear just didn't really have any downsides to it and was just much more consistent. In he goes. What's the Strava week activity streak? You asking about mine? So by week activity streak, you mean how many weeks in a row I have done any kind of activity? If that's the case, then only 3 weeks now? 4 weeks now, I think? Yeah, 4 weeks only. Because before I started preparing for my backyard ultra, I had 2 weeks of absolutely nothing. And then I started going hardcore for 40k week, then I had another 40k week, then a 50k week, and now a 80k week. And this week I'm also gonna try and get like a 50k week, hopefully. Thousand day of chess Duolingo. Shit. That's pretty good. That's pretty consistent as well. And every time someone mentions Duolingo, I'm feeling bad because I should do some more Spanish lessons. Yeah, this week I want to reach 50k of running again. Last week was 80k. So a bit less than last week, but 50k should still be enough. Now, you don't want to destroy the ABS in GT4, but you also want to use the ABS a bit, yeah, but not completely abuse it. Like the problem with the ABS activation graph for you guys is always like, as soon as it activates. Like, you don't see how much you're using or how bad it is you're using it, you know? But yeah, in GT4 it usually activates quite early and then stays on for a long time, so... But that's just how the GT4s work in that way. So you definitely want to be into the ABS, for sure. In GT4 you want to be a bit lower. I would say between 70 and 80% of brake pressure. It depends though, kind of. But yeah, around 70 and 80% I would say. With most GT4s. Depends on the car as well a bit, for sure, like Yuri said. Yes, Uzo. Setup is available on Go Setups. Exclamation point, Go Setups. And don't forget, like, if you want it, use my link, and there's also a 10% discount code. That way you can get the best benefits. ABS-Feedback in der Base? Nee. Also, glaube ich nicht. Wüsste ich zumindest auch nicht. Yeah, I also never think about the ABS at all. I mean, I feel the ABS. Once I get too much understeer into a corner, I know I'm into the ABS too much. So... never actively thinking about if I have to stay over or under the ABS, whatever. It's just... once you feel like you get understeer turning into the corner, that usually means that you're in the ABS too much. I mean, the thing with the ABS is it's just something you do not have to pay attention to, in my opinion. The only thing you really want to pay attention to and have to learn is the brake trace. And basically the only thing important for the ABS, for you guys to know, is don't go into the brakes too fast and don't set your peak too high. That way you almost avoid all the bad ABS activation. Because if you go really fast into the brakes and then also your peak is too high, that's when you get into the bad part of ABS. Sieht das nach Bart Simpson aus. Ja, es sind meiner Meinung nach einfach die richtigen Pedaleinstellungen. Und dann aber auch so ein bisschen Gewöhnung ans Pedal. Ich hatte auch mit meinem neuen Pedal hier jetzt gerade ein bisschen am Struggeln gehabt, nachdem ich gewechselt habe vor 2 Wochen. Aber ja, dann auch noch ein paar Einstellungen geändert und jetzt geht's. Pedale sind jetzt gerade VRS. Have you ever tried driving without ABS? Not with this car. Should I turn ABS on 0 for the last lap? And see what happens. I'm using VRS pedals right now. It's a iRacing specific thing, yeah. In other sims you do not want to... in other sims you just want to step the brake. But on iRacing you definitely... that's an iRacing specific thing, you want to be slower in the brakes for sure, yeah. Input telemetry is cups. Waiter. Okay, let's concentrate for these last laps. Win or bin. IRL, you also want to smash the brakes, yeah. It depends though. IRL, for example, if you have a very bumpy braking zone, you also rather want to be slower into the brakes rather than too quick. So it depends a bit on the track surface as well. But yeah, in most cases you want to just step it. But on the Norris ring, for example, the last corner where you were braking in basically a little bit in a corner and then also very bumpy braking zone, that's when you want to rather be a bit slower into the brakes. To also not activate the ABS too much in real life. Okay, let's send it. I don't want him another chance at overtaking. Okay, send it too much. That was good. Yes, you can get temps into the brakes, but it's not the temps you want. Someone once made a little comparison between what warms up your tires the most efficient and best way. And on iRacing it's just oversteering. It's just letting your tires slide over the front or try to drift over the rears. That's how you get the tires into the best temperature window rather than braking or something like that. Was it Henry, actually? Ah, okay, nice. Because I watched it, I wasn't even sure that it was Henry. Well, and Henry truly is the GOAT. Yeah, IRL, the best way to warm up your tires in the beginning is heating up your brake discs. The brake discs then heat up your rims. And the rims heat up your tires. That's the best way how to do it in real life. Because in real life, if you immediately start to go through the corners and weave and stuff, you're just destroying the tire. And it's very important to keep the surface still intact pretty much. Especially with new tires. I mean, I could be wrong about it, but when tires in real life come out of the factory, they have this, I mean, you see it with Formula 1 tires, they have this shiny, I don't know, shiny whatever around the tire. And you basically, with heat, want to ferment this stuff that is around the tire into the tire. Something like that. I think my engineer explained that to me. And you do that through just heat in the beginning, and then afterwards you have this first heat cycle in the tires where they then start to have grip and not slide over the track. That's when you can attack the corners a bit and get temperature into the tire like that. My car jumps way more than yours, even in fixed lobbies, and you just attack curbs the wrong way. Okay, nice race. Tire wax, yeah. What happens when core and surface temp are totally different? Actually, I have no idea on iRacing. I also have, I don't really have an idea of how it perfectly works on iRacing. I've never tried to read myself or inform myself too much about it. The only thing I know on iRacing, just keep the tire temperatures as low as possible. +8, we take it. But in Enduro, wait, but in Enduro they just oversteer, understeer due to fuel saving? What do you mean by that? Try a bit more GT4 now. Well, good luck on Adelaide. Probably chaos in GT4. Hey Carl, what's up? Time for IMSA. IMSA looked boring yesterday on Silverstone. The only thing I would love to try is St. Petersburg. But yeah, I don't even have the track now. So we're gonna stick to Sebring. How do you know whether you hit the right target brake pressure or not? If I'm over my target pressure, that just means my car will understeer into the corner. So once I want to try and turn into the corner, that then just my car doesn't have the front grip and just understeers. That's how I know I'm over the target pressure. And if I'm under, I just go straight. I miss my apex. Just a 6 month in iRacing, yeah, then give yourself some time. Give yourself some grace and time. Because, I don't know, I can only talk about myself. I've been doing sim racing now, like actual proper sim racing since 20 years. So, and I'm still learning every year. I'm learning every month something new. So don't get unmotivated just simply because after 6 months you're not up there yet. It just takes time. Sim racing takes a lot of time to learn, takes a lot of time to get like muscle memory correct and all of those things. So after about 6 months, a 203 is quite okay. Yeah, I was watching Noah last night. I think I watched his last race where he almost just crashed again, like at the start of the race, starting from pole. Warm tires, you follow the usual process minus braking. For endurance, I wouldn't do too much tire stuff because in the end you just take tire life out of your tire by doing too much. But just do a bit of zigzagging to get some tire, some temperature in. Did you have to set a? Yeah, you always have to set dead zones. Dead zones are totally normal to set, especially the lower dead zone because you're usually resting your foot against the brake, and that's why you need a lower dead zone for sure. I have to load cell at 80. Maybe try 50-50. I liked 50-50 the best for the load cell and travel. Any plans on driving the Sebring 12? Nope. Hey Marcel. Was geht? Any tips for Razer without any clutch pedal or hand clutch? I don't know if you have nothing at all because there is this setting, like right? Launch assist. Find a button or clutch access to trigger a launch. When released, the clutch will drop to the set byte point and you can use your clutch pedal to finish the launch. But you still need a clutch pedal. So yeah, if you don't have any clutch pedal at all, then this also won't help you. But if you have at least one clutch pedal, then you can use this button here. Nee, Marcel. Du bist der Macher. Did you press to 50% when you calibrated with 50-50? No, I put it to 50-50 and then you just press to whatever you want your peak to be at. I have a very soft one. I have the blue one for my VRS and it's very soft. I wanted to have a look. With the last update, they introduced a left and right thing that shows up. Visual spotter. Ooh, sick. I think I'm gonna be using this. I'm gonna put it here. Template. Active only. Okay, always visible means it's always visible? Yeah. Do I want it always to be visible or do I want it to be only when it activates? I think only when it activates. What is this? Ooh, cool. What is this? Oh, okay. Maybe I need this. Yeah, I saw it. I watched the iRacing YouTube video yesterday of them explaining what they put in the game, and then I saw this. I was like, holy, this is actually good. Yeah, this looks better, or not at all. What do you like better? Arrows or nothing at all? Naked. I like none. Okay, then we put none. See how it goes. Do I want it like this? A little bit bigger, maybe? Yeah, I think. Let's try it like this. How do I start in this car? You do this. Clutch in both. First gear, full throttle. Then you release the first clutch to go to 50%. I've set it to 50%. And then slowly, but also rather fast, release your second clutch. Okay, wait, I want to see the new overlay. Yeah, in the old Cup car I was starting completely different as well. But why is all people telling hard springs for better muscle memory? Because people always said that you can judge. And that's what I didn't understand. Like back in the days, especially, people always said like you have to make your brake pedal really, really hard. in order to feel where you are in the pedal. Because people then always say you feel much better in the pedal where you are by the strength you put in. But I find it to be a lot harder to judge where I am in my pedal just purely by strength. I find it much easier to judge where I'm at in my pedal with the angle of where my foot is. So obviously the further away my foot is gonna be, that's where I know, okay, I'm at, like there's a certain point where I basically know, okay, this is my 70%. So that's why I like to have load cell, but also kind of travel a bit more. Because the travel then tells me personally, could be different for anyone else, but the travel tells me personally where I am in my pedal. Yeah, because it's just better. Travel is just better than load cell. I mean, the first time you drive with the blue springs after you've done the red springs is horrible. Like, the first time you go from a hard spring to a lower spring, it will feel horrible for a day. But once you get used to it, in my opinion, it's just better. But the thing is, it's not only like where my foot is, but it's also with a soft pedal, you will have much more difference between when you, like the hardness level is much more smoother in the beginning, and at some point the pedal will eventually get harder. That's just how a pedal is set up. And if you have a very hard spring, then the hardness level is from start to finish very much similar, and you don't really feel any difference. And I have set up my pedals in a way that the initial braking is like rather soft, then it gets harder to a level where it's like really tough at some point. And that's usually where then, you know, my peak pressure is, because then it would be very hard for me to press even more. And like that I can easily feel where I am at in the pedal. Rather than if everything from start to finish is just very hard and I just never know where my positioning in the pedal is. And I had the struggle when I was using the hard spring. I had the struggle of always braking way over the limit, because I never had a feeling for where my peak is. So I just always went even stronger into the pedal to guarantee that I'm over the peak. In other games, for example, where you want to be on 100% braking all the time, and that just made my braking so much worse, because I wasn't feeling where I'm at, where I am. With the soft springs and the soft settings that I use now for my brake, it's OP. That's why you see those nice brake traces that you always tell me how good they are. That just came simply because of, softer brake. But it could be totally different for you. And that's why I usually always say you have to find it yourself a little bit. I can give you tips, what was good for me, but what is good for me doesn't necessarily mean or tell it's good for you as well. I mean, it's a combination of both, right? So that's why I also use a combination of both, with the Moza at least, a combination of both travel and load cell. Is because, as I just explained, at the end of my pedal travel I feel it getting harder, so that's where the pressure sense is kicking in that you're explaining. But then also I very much have a feeling of where my foot is located. If it's like further away from me, if it's like closer to me, and that way I can then also judge where I am at in the pedal. So there's two things that help me understand where I am in the pedal, rather than just one thing, and that would be pressure if I had a hard pedal. Yeah, seating position is also so important. Like, people always tend to forget, like, or like, also when I'm coaching, usually I never only tell people to change their inputs, their driving and stuff, but a lot of times wrong inputs can also be changed with the correct seating position or the correct angle of pedals and stuff, you know? And yeah, I get caught up with this as well sometimes, that I just put something on my rig and hope to be good with it, but in the end you just have to adjust some things. Like, even if it's just a few millimeters that you do different, it just helps you to smooth out some inputs that you're doing wrong, simply by just changing your seating position, the distance of your pedals, that how far away they are from your body, but also the steering wheel, how far away you want the steering wheel to be. Do you want it to be really far away, that your arms are almost stretched out? It's usually not the most correct way to do it. And there's always a lot of things you can adjust in your seating position and everything in your rig, in order to also get your inputs smoothed out a lot more. So it's not just about how I press with my foot and try to make it better like that. A lot of times for me, what made my inputs better is just changing, yeah, again, the distance of my pedals, the angle of my pedals, something like that, my seating position, and that way also my inputs got better. Because I just had a more, yeah, just a better seating position and a better positioning at all from my rig. I currently have my VRS on the rig, yeah. Jiri 2-1 seating position. I have 62 millimeters of travel. Well, I unfortunately cannot tell you how much travel I have. I never measured it. I'm starting to learn to look through the corner instead of just the apex. Yeah, you always have to set yourself some points. Like, for me, for example, I look at my braking point first, and once I'm almost about to reach my braking point, that's when I look to the apex. And then I hit my braking point just by peripheral vision, and just before I'm at the apex, I then switch my like position of viewing to the exit where I want to end up. And then again, my apex is hit in my peripheral vision. That's like, you usually always want to look where you're going next. That way you usually also end up where you want to be. So also, that is also always a very important thing. The average. Nice, I have 2 new Strava followers. Who do we have? We have Yup, I already saw, and we have Andrew. So let's check them out. Weight training, 40 minutes this week. Last week 2 hours, 4 hours. Running, ooh, only 5k. And what is Andrew doing? Private. Time to run? Yeah, later on at like 12 or 1. Let's see. He said cheater. I mean, when I pause my workout to stretch or so, of course. But that's why also on Strava it says moving time and not total time. You can also see the total time on Strava. You have to scroll down a bit. Sure, everyone is free to follow me on Strava if they want. I have a public profile anyways. I need all the kudos. Throttle input is linear. Both throttle and brake input are both linear for me. Wait, I wanted to do that later on when I went on my run. There you go, Yup. Okay, now I have to also announce Strava followers. So we have Flo following, we have Julian following. Bam. I need a stream overlay for Strava follows now. What followers do I even have on Strava? 107. Shoosh. That equals to like 10k on Twitch. So now I wanna see 10k runs every day though, when I follow you. So who do we even have in this race? Marco again. Okay, so it's gonna be a battle against Marco. Trained for the army and then never used it. Hey. We have more followers coming in. I have to announce them after qualifying. Hey Marvin. True Moritz supporters follow him on Strava. Facts. Do you need a watch for Strava? No, not necessarily. I mean, you need some sort of device on whatever sport you do. But if you go for a run, for example, you can also do it with your phone in your hand or pocket or whatever. Strava follower more important than anything else anyways. If sim racing doesn't work out anymore, then I'm gonna do Strava influencer. Previous lap was way too early, now way too late, now way too early. Two AM, time to hit the bed then. Come on! Ugh. Oh, Mehmet. Quite quick as well. 4.6k SOF at 9 AM or almost 10 AM now. Not bad. Do I do endurance races? No. Well, on Saturday I'm gonna be doing an endurance race, yes. But usually I'm not a endurance race fan in general. Who am I doing it with? With all of you guys. With all of you guys. Weren't you 11k? Nope. My chat broke. True. And I also have not seen most of those messages. I don't know why the chat always starts to break so much. But that's why qualifying was so quiet for me. It was like, why is no one texting? Yeah, but Yuri's stream always rounds up a lot. Yeah, also my stream chat is broken. Like I see it in my OBS that you guys are texting. But the one that I am reading actually while driving is broken. It's not missed the grid. I'm just gonna reload it, so maybe that works. Let's go. So if I'm sorry if I miss messages, but somehow Stream Elements keeps acting up sometimes.
The estimated SOF is 4,593.
Oh, Marco died. Everyone died? What? Okay, we have to watch the replay of that. Everyone's dead behind. Yeah, I think my chat is broken again. Whoa. But he almost also ended up in the wall. By the way, when are you joining, Yuri? Next one? Or later on? I mean, if I even can read your message, if it comes through. I just need a second monitor, man. Yeah, I don't... Like, either no one is here anymore, I'm just on my own, or there's not a single message coming through. Hey, yup, your message went through. Now messages go through again. I like that you're faster than Yuri. I like that too. Yep, messages are on again. It's not okay again, it's again broken. What can I do about that? I mean, I could just open YouTube and Twitch chat separately again, but then I usually tend to just read one part of it, one chat. It's not cups. It is stream elements. I'm using stream elements completely, not cups, because cups doesn't have a multi-chat feature. But yeah, your messages are coming through again, so I don't know why only selected messages go through. Yeah, it would be great if Cups had a multi-chat feature. I would immediately just use that. But yeah, I mean, so far it has always worked. Like in all of my streams so far, maybe there was one time where the chat really started to act up. But now I think it did it yesterday, it's doing it now the whole time again. Yeah, not really sure why that is. Well, this feels pretty lonely now. Can't even answer questions or anything. Maybe donations work. I mean, best case scenario would be... I could just try and use like pop-out chats and then... I mean, I would love to ask questions myself and hope for answers, but I can't even read answers. But what I think a good solution could be is that I just use a browser, do the pop-out chat on Twitch and YouTube together, and then just overlay it. Like, I don't know, is it working with default Windows, or do I need an extra program to have like Windows on top of Windows and like always have them on top? Ah, for the first time we can see the side-by-side feature now. Hard to see actually, so maybe I need a background. Ah, I put the opacity, I have to put higher. It's a Windows program, okay, I might just have to get that and use it. Yeah, that's what I want to have. Open the chat and it just stays on top of every single window. That would be the best. Because then I would also be able to see YouTube super chats and so, because they also tend to not really show up. Microsoft Store, okay. Crazy that Microsoft has not, or like Windows doesn't have that built in Windows automatically already. Like such a neat little feature that you think is so easy to implement and should be there, and it's just not. Yeah, also that would be a nice to have. Because I just hate having like third-party apps on my PC. Or stuff like that. Similar to like the force feedback. Like everyone always keeps telling me to use like third-party force feedback apps for iRacing, where I'm like, nah, I don't want to use that stuff. Oh my god, is he already on the brakes? Yeah, I mean, Cups is also a third party app, of course, yeah. But it is necessary to have it for the stream. Yeah, Cups really is the best app ever. Wouldn't be using anything else for iRacing. Now it looks like all the messages come through again. I've seen edge overlays on Reddit when they try to, I mean, advertise it a bit, but it's just too much. Like, I like the simplicity of just Cups. All the other overlays are just too much at once for me. Yeah, Q2 is and will always be the GOAT. Streams back then from Porsche Esports Super Cup always the GOAT had. Cups doesn't have a subscription thing, you just buy Cups one time and then you have it forever. Under what, it's like €5? Data pack dungeon. Yeah, the no update part is a bit sad, but so far we don't really need updates for it. What is Q2 doing nowadays, by the way? Do we know? Maybe he's gonna come back someday. Ah, so he is still pushing updates to cups. The crash out on stream. I wanna see a clip. Yeah, Mehmet has some good pace. It wasn't good. Okay, I need clips. Guys, I need clips. I just tuned in one time when you were driving the Ford, and the Ford was basically just sliding out in a full throttle kink. And then I saw that and was like, hell nah, I'm not touching GT3s on iRacing. Unless I have to, or really want to. I don't even own any of the new GT3s anymore. Like, I don't own the Porsche, I don't have the Ford, I don't have the Acura, I don't have the Aston. Like, all of these cars I don't even own. So, but that means, Kevin, that you're gonna join Porsche Cup soon. I would guess. But probably not, since it's Sebring 12 hours next week. Oh, there it is. Okay. 1.5 laps and then we can watch. I mean, we don't know yet how Pesk quality is actually gonna look like, and also when it will be, so... no idea. Like, if the quality looks interesting to do, if it looks, you know, the timing's aligned, and yeah, I wanna do it. Also just for stream reasons, like I think it could be very good content and very interesting for you guys, just for me to do and stuff, and to stream and make videos of. So especially looking forward to that part. Because I'm not looking forward to actually participating in Pesk. I would literally only do Pesk for streaming and content. I would not sweat and then actually go for, like, you know, anything too serious in that championship. I mean, I would for sure try my best. Like, don't get me wrong. If I'm in a championship like this, I'm still gonna try and do my best. But I would not put all of my life and time into it. But I think especially for the stream and like making content out of it, that could be very fun and very, very good and rewarding as well. Because let's face it, I'm not gonna be a winner in this race championship ever. But yeah, it would for sure be fun, I think, to fight for some maybe top 15s or so on stream. Especially when you don't take it like 100% serious, then I think it could be actually a very, very fun championship to do. No, I wouldn't. From 2019 when I was in Pesk, I know how bad that is, and I also know that I will not be, as I said, I will not be good enough to actually fight for race wins in this championship, for sure not. So there's just no reason for me to full sweat it. I'll just try and have fun and like make content out of it rather than trying to go the full esports path again, because if I really wanted to sweat it, that means no streams, no videos, no nothing, and yeah, that's not really what I would want to do. Well, I'm saying that now, maybe that's gonna change once it actually happens. Maybe out of a miracle I'm actually getting on pace and I'm really good, you know, to do race wins, which I do not think I will, but I guess we will see. It all depends even how the qualifying series looks like, how the qualifying is gonna go down, if I even qualify, who knows. Who would come? Bro, there's all of the really good iRacing drivers are not driving Porsche Cup right now. Like, if I went into Pesk right now with all of the drivers to do Pesk, I would have an insanely hard time to even get into, I would say, the top 20. So like while I look very much competitive and up here because I win every single race in dailies, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna be anywhere near the top in an actual esports setting. Ah yeah, we definitely have to watch the race start. Quickly. Let's go with Marco. Hoppa! And that's the whole field gone. Oh no! They even crashed up there. Like, it's literally the whole field. Still going on. Oh my god. Like, he thinks he survives and then BAM! And this, people, this is how Pesk is gonna look like. And like that, the whole grid is gone. Of course, Team Alta car in between. I think he outbraked himself, yeah. Have a look. And of course it's the Misha Jimmy Broadband car. It's always the influencer cars or the Red Bull cars. Oi, oi, oi. Okay. Let's see, 13. So I think next race could be 10.7k. And now I jinxed it. Okay, let's watch the clip. I'm very much interested. Where is it? There it is. Face already.
I'm really having to hold back here to not legitimately snap my wheel rim in half.
It looks so bad, man. Why is the car just spinning out there?
I love iRacing.
I love iRacing too.
Shit car, man.
It's the face of a broken man.
Today's just been one of them days, right? I'm just drained.
Okay, but I expected a much bigger crash out. That's okay. That's not too bad. But that's also how I sometimes feel when I do data packs and I just don't get the lap together because just iRacing tires. Man, I am losing all hope in life.
I love iRacing.
Were you good in LOL? Nope. So, next. "20 times in a row." But was it just a Ford thing, or does every car do that and you're literally on the edge there? Because I watched some live streams yesterday of the Lambos and the Porsche basically doing races there and didn't look that bad. Highest I've been was like silver, I don't know, 2 or so. So yeah, not great. Yeah, Imola last week was also not last week, last season. Oof, that was bad. Yeah, but the biggest crash outs I usually have is like doing GT4 setups on a track I usually hate already, and it's usually a long track, and then it's, nah. Like you're almost done with your lap for the data pack, and then you get a stupid snap or a stupid slide that you can just not explain because it's just iRacing stupid physics, and holy shit. When my girlfriend is home, she sometimes gets really scared when I have my crash outs. Because I usually do not ever like I never scream or anything, but then sometimes you just have to let out a I don't know a big scream to get down leveled again. Do you have any kind of videos about F4 on the channel? I do. I do. Here. You go here, you scroll down, then you have a F1, F4 video here, and you have a F4 video here. Those are the only two I have from the esports championship I was driving in. For me, it wasn't the off tracks, it was just the bouncing always over those shit curbs. And then, since we have trials here, also me losing or like forgetting the gridding. But there I just lost all hope. I wasn't really being loud or anything, I just lost all hope. Yeah, for me, I don't punch my steering wheel because I know it probably breaks quite easily. For me, it's always a punch on the seat, or just a quick, loud, and aggressive fuck, and then I'm usually reset. What's the best choice for a beginner in iRacing, GT4 or P-Cup? There's no best choice. Literally choose whatever you have fun with. If you have the most fun in GT4, do GT4. If you have the most fun in Porsche Cup, do Porsche Cup. I would say Porsche Cup is maybe a little more complex because it's just a little bit of a faster car. But the Porsche Cup just feels more natural to drive overall. So in that way, for me, it's a lot easier to know what the car is actually doing, just simply because it feels more realistic. So just choose whatever car and class you just have more fun with. In sim racing, most people always try to look out for, yeah, what do I start with? Like, what should I do and stuff. In the end, it's a game that we all play to have fun, to enjoy our evenings after work, you know. So yeah, literally just drive whatever is fun to you. Man, my chat is fucked up again. Only half of it really comes through. The VRS wheel rim is really nice to punch. The grips are quite bouncy. I think, I don't know, I think Max destroyed one of the VRS rims in practice or so, or in one of the Rennsport races. Not entirely sure though, but I think he did. Man, how can I fix this chat? It's so annoying that only half of the messages go through. Oof. Yeah, I think. I mean, I guess I have to get through this stream now with the issues I have with the chat, and then for the next stream I have to find a different solution. It's not cups. I use stream elements, Kevin. I use stream elements within OBS, and my chat literally is the website where the chat is hosted on. And I just copy pasted that website into a browser window, and then basically deleted the background so it looks like a normal chat. Yeah, but then if the website host has problems, which it apparently has right now, then yeah, I have issues reading it. Well, Craig, that's a job for you now. But yeah, like a combined multi-chat is really hard to find. You need either a third-party program to have a multi-chat, a working one, which I didn't really want it to have because I don't want to have like 500 programs open just to have like a multi-chat. So I fixed it through that. But yeah, somehow Stream Elements is not really working that great right now. Andrea would never. He would fire you before me. Easy. Hey, Tani. Servus from Fürth. I am doing ultra wide simply because of Rennsport back in the days. Well, I mean, back in the days on Rennsport we were using ultra wide. That's why I have it, the ultra wide on my sim right now, and I just feel like I don't really need a triple screen. So that's why I just stick with my ultra wide. I like it quite a lot. Okay, let's do a little bit of warm up. That's a good idea as well. Wait. I might want to do some setup changes, some small ones. Let's do this. And we do this. How much fuel have I had left in the last race? Let me double check. $4.7 and going over the line 2.7. Okay, 1 more liter I can take out. The shadow makes it look like Max is soaked. Oh, he's a sweaty boy indeed. Oh, now I can't unsee it anymore. That's Patrick Holzmann. Crazy, yesterday there was also someone asking who the two people on the right are, so Patrick and Max. It's crazy what Rennsport did to all of us. Like, no one in the big sim racing scene actually knows any of us anymore, you know? Except for us who are streaming now as well, or are on iRacing every once in a while. Exactly. My 3ID, that was even before my time. Even I am too young for that. To know that. Well, I know it, but I've not been around while that team has been around. Man, it's so annoying. Like, all of the important chat messages are not coming through. So I'm just sitting here on half of the chat messages and everything. Ah yeah, wait, I wanted to change that. Yeah, maybe after this race already I have to install this plugin where I can put windows on top of other windows, so I can just pop out YouTube and Twitch chat on its own, so I can read it. Because right now not a single message is getting through anymore. And I need my chat, otherwise I'm just quiet. Man, this session again is so unnecessary. I can't even ask for the SOF. Yeah, I need a second monitor for that. Will you watch NLS 2 on Saturday? Nope, I'm gonna be driving myself on Saturday. No, the only chatbot, or I have chatbots like from Stream Elements, but nothing that like gets filtered out. I mean, except really bad words are getting filtered out. I'm gonna be driving NEC on iRacing, yeah. It's coming through now again, yeah. It's just in waves, like it works, then it doesn't work, but even if it works, there are still messages that are not coming through. Yeah, I think I started watching and be interested on iRacing when it was still for Razer Quanda, yeah. That's when I was not allowed yet to drive iRacing myself, but I was watching it. Bad words like Smurf, yeah, exactly. Track-specific coaching. I mean, I do GT3, I unfortunately do not do, but of course we can do Nürburgring coaching, but unfortunately not in a GT3. Okay. Time for another pole position. I mean, yeah, it is kind of. Well, not track specific. Usually it's global that you can put on every track, but yeah, usually you pick out one track. Well, that's a terrible first lap. How long does it take to memorize Nürburgring? Oh. No idea, because I was, I don't know, like 7 or 8 years old when I did learn the Nürburgring, so that was a long time ago now. But it for sure takes a while to get everything down on this track. Nah. Well, that was terrible. Let me see if my iPad is charged, so I can perhaps use that as my chat. Well, that iPad is so old already. It takes 5 minutes to even start. So I guess I have to continue streaming with a broken chat. Okay. Well, but looks like we will have a fun race. What is the SOF? Do we know? Do we know? Do we know? Should have went through. I want the 1000 bits. 4.8, okay.
The estimated SOF is 4,896.
There we go. Byte point I use 50%. But some people are using different things. So like 47 to 50 you can try and use around that for byte point. Man, this corner I have no rotation, it's just pure understeer. Ah, maybe I have to use the curb a bit more. Holy, that was early of him. We move. What is Marco doing? Is he having trouble right now? Looks like he has some trouble or so, I don't know. Good morning everyone who just tuned in. Yeah, it always rounds up on Yuri's stream. Good for me, I guess. Well, with GT3s I don't have too much info about what is the easiest car to drive or the best car to drive as a beginner. Maybe someone in chat can help. Brake profile is linear, correct. That is very true. I think GT3 is a lot about driving style then, yeah. But I mean, there's definitely cars that are generally a bit more easy to drive or harder to drive, but yeah, a lot is driving style as well. Problem on iRacing is that you cannot test them except for test drive. That is not available very often. Really, the McLaren has good visibility. I would have thought otherwise, because it's quite the narrow shape. So, question is, can I go faster if I overtake him? I think I can. But also I need a decent overtaking opportunity, not just send that stupid in. Yeah, to climb iRating you definitely need to specialize in a car. For sure. Like I wouldn't even be 10k if I didn't specialize on the Porsche Cup. I'll probably be 8k doing GT3s. Okay, let's overtake. Hey Jamie, what's up? Is your graphics card finally fixed or arrived again? So can you join us this week on doing some Porsche Cup? I mean, in the end, you can also just look at my iRating. My iRating is basically specifically for Porsche Cup only. Because if I went to GT3 next week, for example, for Sebring, I would for sure drop below 10k I rating easily. Because I just don't have the pace in a GT3 to keep up my I rating there for this series. So definitely I rating is more of a class specific thing. Instead of the manufacturer, I might try and get some races later this week, but no streams. Okay. Are you gonna do the N24 if I can? Yes. At the moment it might look tight with some of my Rennsport schedules. But I would love to do the N24 for sure. I thought I was able to do it this year for sure. But now it looks a little bit less likely again, so I'll just have to see. I mean, just by purely looking at Rennsport, it's not worth my time. It's also not worth my motivation or effort. Because obviously the championship we are driving there, the game we're playing and stuff, it's really not worth it just on its own. But in the end, you also sit in the office or do your job because it's your job, you know. And I would still much rather drive Rennsport as my job than, I don't know, you know, doing any other job. It's not like that I absolutely hate it. I like Rennsport, and competing is what drives me anyways, you know. So in that sense, I don't really care if I do it on iRacing. I do it actually. I do it much. I would be much happier to do it on Rennsport, the esports part, than doing it on iRacing, for example, because iRacing is just not built for esports, in my opinion. So yeah, just about fueling my competitiveness and stuff, I'm happy to do Rennsport. But obviously, looking at the current state of Rennsport and everything, it's also not the greatest thing you can do. Like, I would much rather wanting to do esports on Race Room, for example. So I'm hoping and waiting for DTM esports to make the comeback this year. iRacing is not built for esports because of the tires. I mean, do you see all the strange and shitty tire warming we have to do before a qualifying lap? That's absolutely terrible to practice, that's terrible to look at, it's just overall bad. Because it's not about who is the fastest anymore, it's about who finds the last best little trick to make the qualifying the fastest way. It's just the tires. And then you also have the netcode. Like, the netcode just destroys any kind of good esports racing on iRacing. Exactly, and why, like, for iRacing, I always thought, like, why don't they do more esports? Why don't they care about it more? Like, why would they? Esports doesn't bring them any money at all. Like, the esports part doesn't bring them money, they don't bring them players. Well, maybe a little bit of players. If they have a good esports scene, that always brings some more players onto their game for sure, but like, in the grand scheme of things, the esports thing is just more work for them. More things also for them to put into a bad light. So yeah, esports on iRacing is not the greatest. But again, there's other things on Rennsport, for example, or there's other things on Race Room that are also not absolutely perfectly suited for esports. So you, I guess, just have to pick your poison in whatever you want to do competitively. And usually, as bad as it sounds, as esports drivers, we obviously have to go for where's the most money to win? What is the, like, financially the best thing to do for us? And at the moment, competitively, esports, that's Rennsport. Like, even if Rennsport now is a lot smaller compared to the last few years, it's still the highest we have in esports, so in that sense, you just gotta do it if you want to compete. But I'm definitely shifting my focus just a slight bit. Like, before, I mean, you know it, before I was 100% on esports, I didn't stream, I didn't do any YouTube, I didn't do nothing. Was just solely concentrating on the esports thing. And now I definitely want to have a bit of a better balance in making some good content, but also being there with esports and stuff, you know, finding a good balance to do both. As a driver without the skill going to esports, yeah, I would say, I mean, depends. Really, iRacing is the way to go for you to just find a race at any time of the day to have fun. But in the end, you just have to find whatever sim is fun to you. Might be LMU, might be Race Room, might be iRacing. Hell, might even be Rennsport. But yeah, for the casual player, I would say between LMU and iRacing, because you will always find races there. Maybe 2 years ago it was ACC still, but ACC now is also a bit more dead. And to gain money with it, well, at the moment only with with nothing basically. There's no money. Like, if you want to earn money through sim racing, then you have to be either in the Rennsport esports leagues, or you have to participate in Pesk, or you have to be an F1 esports driver. That's the only way out to make money in sim racing at the moment, which is only like, yeah, maybe a total of 100 drivers in sim racing can do that. With iRacing you cannot be an esports driver, no. Because there is no esports on iRacing except for the Porsche Esports Super Cup. But yeah, also for that you just need to be a top 10 driver in order to make money with it, or decent money with it. Yeah. Or like an actual good esports scene on Gran Turismo. I would immediately switch to Gran Turismo. But iRacing, obviously because of the player base, has huge potential with some really good esports. Because it can either be iRacing or Gran Turismo only, because those just have the biggest player base. Every other game doesn't support the player base for esports. DTM announcement should be today, yeah. I guess they always include it in the grid talk that they usually release towards the evening. So we will see what's happening with DTM esports. But I'm expecting great things, but maybe I shouldn't put my expectations too high. The problem is just that us esports for all of the people is not interesting because of us players. Like, we esports players don't have a face, and that's the problem. We just have to do more and be more interesting to people. Like the streaming thing, like if most of the esports drivers would be streaming on a daily basis, similar to Trackmania esports is only that interesting because you have most of the pros actually streaming every single day and making, you know, making fans, making people interested in themselves. So that would be the only way of how to make esports popular on sim racing. Just have more drivers that do more social media stuff. Target on setup is just finding the fastest setup possible. So literally just doing random clicks, finding whatever is the fastest. That's the process of making a setup. Okay, time to focus on the last lap and maybe win this. Because we definitely can win this. Ah, that wasn't great. Now it's gonna be tough. Okay, we have a chance. There is a chance, maybe. Or not really. Yeah, nope. Well, good race. Maybe I should have tried earlier. Should have tried a lap earlier when I had the chance to. But I was stuck talking.
Nice run. Solid work.
Yeah, well, new old pedals. IRL has more overtakes easily, because IRL you have mostly just amateurs driving, and they make a lot more mistakes. It's similar to top split overtakes compared to second or third split overtakes. You will always most likely see more overtakes in second and third split. And it's the same IRL. IRL you just have 99% amateurs driving, and the rest is like pro drivers, so only 1%. So you will see a lot more overtakes in real life because there's just simply a lot more mistakes. I have my VRS back on. Why? Because the base plate cracked on my Mozas. Yeah, you just need a YouTuber. So, there's this YouTuber for the oval side that makes a lot of these documentaries, and he also has done documentaries on some Formula series on iRacing and stuff, and that is like an important thing to have, like people like that, and they also have quite a lot of views. Let me quickly have a look. DJE, exactly. Find him quickly. DJE here. Like this one, he makes like documentaries about iRacing. They have a sim racing stories. Yeah, this one, for example, like there's almost 500,000 views. Wait. Almost 500,000 views, and this is about like a NASCAR driver, for example. So mostly it's NASCAR. And this one is, for example, of the Formula series that they on iRacing had, also like almost 300k views. And they just need something like that. Like someone who just knows the story, someone who can also has good storytelling and can bring stuff like that onto a greater audience. So most of his stuff is oval racing because he's just interested himself into most of all oval racing. But there's few bits here and there about some Formula driving or so. This one is about the F1 World Championship. This one is IndyCar as well. And yeah, like that you build characters. Like that you build people you could be interested in. But yeah, it's still a long way to go. What is this? Joey? Ah, yeah, watch this video. This is also a very good video.
That there is a whole separate world of virtual on who.
Yeah. Look, I even commented. But yeah, there's a lot still to do. Will sim racing ever get there? Who knows? Wait, have we finally made it to page 1? Let's see. Driver standings, sports car. Hey, we're finally page 1. Down here, you can't see it really. But down here, P25 in I rating. Actually, after this race, we are actually 23rd in I rating. And there's 17 people with 11k by now. That is crazy. Imagine you just see Gregor joining a random iRacing race. Just randomly pops up in our next Porsche Cup race. Fix is more enjoyable because weather is a bit more colder, so that means you have more grip. Jaso, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Guten Morgen, Abduala. I don't want to jinx it, but looks like chat is mostly back and running. Who's that guy with 13k? That's Aaron Vasquez. How many races do I have to do to get top 5? And we can have a quick look again. But top 5 at the moment is 11.5k I rating. Not that far away anymore, but it's still far away. So, I mean, on average, you can say on average I gain 10 I rating per race. Because sometimes I have races where I lose some I rating. So let's say on average it's 10 I rating per race. So yeah, I would need to gain at around 1,000 I rating right now. A little bit less than 1,000. So yeah, you can make the math. It still takes a long time for me to get there. Unless I have maybe a good run where I have some high SOF races where I win most of them, then the climb can get a lot faster. Will you attend DTM on Norris Ring in July? I think so, yeah. If I have time, then I will go there for sure. I mean, it's literally just, I don't know, 15 minutes away, 20 minutes away. Yeah, but yeah, one bad race, minus 160. And that's a full week's worth of work again. So you can basically say that in a week of driving, I usually gain around 100 I rating. On average. On average, it's 100 I rating per week that I can gain without stupid things happening. So yeah, it takes a long while for me to get up there. Lowest I rating ever. I never went low. Let's see. Retired, my lowest was 1,689. That was my lowest I rating. Aaron also does peak up a lot there. But here, my highest peak I rating was here, 10,851. And then it went downhill. Yeah, but look, even for me, it's so hard to retain a good amount of iRating if I just stream every day, drive every day. You will just have some bad days. You will have some bad weeks where you just drop. Like, look, I went from 10.8 down to 10.1, now back up to 10.6. So yeah. DTM series is gonna start the, what was it, 26th of April, 28th of April? But I don't know when they will put it on the iRacing official page. Is it there already? Probably not, right? DTM. No. Well, maybe I was totally wrong and it's just a hosted session, but a hosted session wouldn't make sense. I still don't understand why they split sports car and Formula, because it's completely different kinds of racing series, so they split it. And maybe like that they were able to put a bit more participation into Formula as well. That's awful to hear, yeah. Yeah, Noah has gotten a slap yesterday as well. iRating stock market. Completely right. Okay, let's do some warm up again. Exactly, it's like if you have a bad race, you have to try everything in your might not to end up with a DNF. Like, but yeah, sometimes that's just hard and impossible. Otherwise, I would be, you know, if I could have avoided every single incident or just had good races, then yeah, I would be at 20k iRating by now. Oops. So, now it should be fixed. Yeah, like back in my old apartment, I had a lot of internet issues that also cost me a lot of iRating loss. Yeah, internet loss or power loss always feels the worst because there's literally nothing you can do about it. And you just know, okay, this is minus 200, minus 180. You gained 500 iRating. That's crazy. I wish I can do that in a day. But honestly, the worst feeling is always when it was my own mistake. Like when I know I could have avoided losing iRating. That's when it feels the worst. If I have a disconnect, if I have a power cut or whatever, then it's like, yeah, there's just absolutely nothing I can do about it. But if it was a mistake on my own why I lost iRating, that's usually the worst. Like missing gridding. Or yeah, just stupid driving errors. $5 AM to 6 PM. Whoosh. Yeah, that's a good thing about week 13. You can literally just jump into race, into race, into race. Wow. Yeah, okay, Lewis, that is... I mean, that is also very much frustrating. Ah, yeah, before I forget, I'm gonna open my window. Otherwise, I'm gonna be stuck here again, sitting in the heat of my own PC. Let's see if my iPad has started, but so far, chat looks to be working. Okay, my iPad is dead. Oh, needs to be charged. So it took 5 minutes to start and drained all the battery to start. But maybe it's time for a new iPad. But no, I don't need an iPad, I just need a second monitor for streaming. That would make things a lot easier. And a lot more comfortable. Up. Well, maybe then next week. If next week Porsche Cup is not that crazy popular, maybe it's easy to win every single race and go on a crazy iRating grind. But even if it's just 10 iRating per race, I mean, can be a good iRating gain overall. Would you recommend Heusinkveld or VRS? Depends which Heusinkveld. If you want to Heusinkveld Sprint, in my opinion, are exactly the same as the VRS. The Heusinkveld Ultimate, you can do a bit more with it. You've just seen PJ Sturgis. What is he racing? GT3? But I haven't seen that name in a long while as well. But honestly, like, everyone is always like, yeah, Heusinkveld or VRS, because it's just like some of the, you know, like, most well-known names, but like, nowadays there's so many good pedal manufacturers out there. Like my brother, for example, got some pedals for his rig, changing from Heusinkveld. And I've never heard of the brand or never heard of anything about that, but those are really good pedals. So for a lot of you people who look for new pedals, widen your horizon a little bit and not just look for Heusinkveld and VRS. Because there's nowadays a lot of very good pedals for sometimes even cheaper money and better quality out there. But yeah, I get it. Like Heusinkveld and VRS are just known to be good pedals. In those smaller brands, you just don't know if they're really good because just there's not that many people using it. So in that way, it is hard to decide to go for them. I do not use him anymore at the moment, no. Because my base plate broke. That needs to be fixed first. Well, I would trade my VRS pedals maybe for the active pedal. It's the only thing I would trade them for. Or also my Mozas. The metal one, yeah. Well, you know, big muscles on my legs. That's why I broke it. No, the issue was just how I mounted it. So because for range sport I just had to. On my rig I don't have a perfect mounting place for the Mozas, and I mounted them in a very bad way, where it was just bound to happen that they get damaged, and that's why they got damaged. It's just because I mounted them in a way where there was a lot of flex. And I just knew at some point something is gonna crack. So it's not Moza issue, it's not, you know, kilogram issue, or that I put too much weight or little. Literally just the mounting I did was basically just for, I thought, a few weeks until I switched back to my VRS. But then I just kept them on my rig and never really changed how I mounted them. And then, yeah, eventually they just got damaged. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that in order to get help from Moza, because then they say, yeah, bro, your own mistake, not ours. It's more its issue, exactly. Well, more of an issue of my rig, that my rig is not, doesn't really have a mounting point for the pedals. That's a big grid. What SOF? I need numbers. Not that it matters anyways. 4-9 again, okay. Well, let's set it on pole, like we always do, not... yeah, the Heusinkveld Sim Rig GT, yep. The OG rig from back in the days. It's because we had Heusinkveld as our main sponsor back with Core Motorsports. Who still knows Core Motorsports on iRacing? Not Core Sim Sports, but the better Core. Yeah, we had Heusinkveld as our sponsor, and then I got myself a Heusinkveld rig. Afterwards, Williams, correct. Are we starting again with either or questions? Chocolate. Easy. Preferred way to warm up the tires is the only way of how to warm up them the most efficient way, and that is just drifting and sliding over the front tires. Ah! GT3 or Pika IRL seat? Depends. There it really depends on the championship. But for pure fun reasons, Porsche Cup. Is it worth buying Simulcube active pedals? I guess that only someone who has them can really tell you. Turning left or right. Turning right. I don't know why. I'm just gonna choose turning right. I'm gonna be doing pickup on Nords. Oh, that might be a new PB incoming. It's a very fast track now. Unless the second half of the track is not that grippy. Uh-oh, time is fading. I would say that was a pretty good lap. Was there any corner? I think the penultimate corner is the only corner I messed up a little. Maybe this one, clipping the inside curb here, but honestly it was fine. This was pretty spot on. Nice. Here, could have been a bit later on the brakes here, I believe. This was pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, it's just about Left here and then the right. I think I lost a bit of time here. Although, like in the replay, it looks fine now. Last corner, I don't know. Like you can be either going inside, but then you lose a lot of pace on the exit of the corner, or you can go a little wide. A little wide like this, and then have a bit of a better and faster exit. More minimum speed throughout. No, this felt pretty decent, pretty good, this corner. Oh. What are the splits saying? I mean, overall, maybe session? Session I can't see anymore. Yeah, I don't know. It was a pretty good lap. So, let's just do a start to finish win. My inputs are definitely a bit more wavy compared to the Mozas, but I feel like especially at the end of the braking zone I get done a little bit better with the VRS right now, but that just might be a little bit of a settings difference. Off to meetings? Alright, thank you for tuning in for that long, and I guess have fun in the meetings. Spring, I have the blue spring. It's very light, yes, but that's why I like it. Yeah, most people say they prefer red. But for me that's just too hard. I found out for myself that I am much better with a soft pedal. Where's Lasse today? Maybe he's just joining later, because the splits yesterday evening were really good. I'm using around 50 to 60 kgs. Moza I had the GT3 elastomers in. Definitely a bit harder of a pedal feel compared to the VRS right now. So So if I would go back to the Mozas, I would definitely change the elastomers and make them a bit softer. Where's my guy Yuri? P6. Yuri beefing with Vicente. Well, I guess one of them is gone now. No? I think someone crashed. Default, I don't know. Default is something completely else. GT3 setting I used on the Moza. Should say in the manual which configuration it is. It's yellow and red elastomers. I'm using prototype gloves, so nothing you can get and nothing I can disclose at this moment. So unfortunately I cannot give you any advice on that, because I wouldn't really know myself which gloves I would get if I didn't have those. Hey Osk. Pretty good. Racing today has been fine. Not as exciting as yesterday. But yeah, we are farming. $11K soon, yep. Don't jinx it, but we are on the way. Peak was 10.8. Actually might grind a bit today. I'll probably go for a run rather soonish, and then go again once more after my run when the SOFs get even higher in the evening. Maybe we can do some good grinding today. I charge 80 euros. For the hour. I like this grip of the track right now. I mean, iRacing just feels so much better when the weather is just colder and you have more grip available. So, 2-second gap, no more draft. I use 50.5. No, in the Porsche Cup it's 2 seconds. Andrea has some good pace right now. If I don't do any greater mistakes, then the gap should stay rather static. But yeah, he definitely has some pace right now. Last official in August. Oh, that's a long time ago. Ist verbessert, ja. Ist eigentlich komplett weg. zumindest so, wie ich es bisher testen konnte. Exactly, it's to wait for the weight transfer to happen in the car. For the car to settle, and then you can go full throttle. Maybe it's not the greatest to lose some focus at the end of the race. I'm giving them a glimpse of hope right now, which is not good. Okay. 2 more laps, flat out. All push, all risk. Well, the fastest way out of a corner is always to stamp the throttle when you can. Like when the car has the grip, in order for you to go full throttle immediately, then you have to do it. Otherwise, why would you not? Then you're just missing out. Okay, 1 more lap to go. So. Nice race, a domination. Was denkst du, retrospektive Rennsport-Serie gut angefangen und dann nachgelassen oder war das potenziell das heißt Engine? Rennsport an sich, die E-Sport-Serie war an sich mega gut. So wie es aufgezogen wurde, wie die Organisation war, wie die Rennen waren und so an sich mega stark. Nur braucht halt E-Sport zum Überleben, um dass es interessant ist, einfach ein Game mit vielen Spielern und das hat Rennsport einfach nicht. So an sich, diese Serie und so war mega geil, ist auch immer noch sehr geil, aber es fehlt halt einfach die Playerbase. Porsche hatte nach den ersten Runden, glaube ich, 3 Stunden Adrenalinkick, wie es war. Ja, auf der Nordschleife war ich erst nachdem ich schon ab und zu mal im Rennwagen gesessen war, deswegen war es für mich tatsächlich, also es war immer noch Adrenalin und krass, aber es war nicht so, also es war schon ein Wow-Effekt, muss ich sagen. Es war schon nicht übel mit den hoch, runter. Und in Real Life kommt einem die Strecke auch nochmal ein bisschen enger vor, tatsächlich. Okay. Let's have a look. What happened to Yuri? The beef with Pablo? Oh, someone didn't start well. Yeah. Oh, some contacts. Nothing too serious though. Then overtake. Oh, retake. But that was it, right? Nothing more happened, just a bit of fighting, I guess. Why doesn't this work? I hate it so much that this previous next doesn't work. For shit. Yeah, okay. Let's check laps. Yeah, very consistent. 0.3, 0.2, 0.3, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 3, 3, 2, 2. So basically all within 2/10. Or basically just 1/10. Everything in between 2/10. 2 laps more, then you would have maybe made it. But if it was 2 laps more, I would have concentrated more. So you wouldn't have made it. But good pace in the end, Andrea. Yeah. Better Q would help you a lot. But yeah, your pace in the end was pretty good. Let's see. Oh, 0.0 here, pretty good. 0 again. 2, 1, 1, 3. Yeah, also very, very good pace. So we are 10.7 with 20 iRating gain in this race. Nice. So, question is, break now, go running? Yeah. I think reaching this again, a good number, is a good time for a break now. I'm gonna go run. Gonna go eat, and then I'm gonna be streaming again later today, for sure. So I'm probably gonna be turning on my stream again at maybe like 3, at around 3 maybe. Yeah, trying to do that. I would say 3 or 4 p.m. I'm gonna turn on my stream again. So yeah, thank you all. It was a fun morning once again. And yeah, see ya later. I'm gonna be raiding Yuri though. I guess he will continue, so quick Yuri raid. Ah, Lasse just went live. Ay. Yeah, okay. We're gonna battle him later on when I'm back. So, one moment. Raid Yuri. Alright, see you later.